Okay, so should be up on YouTube now. Yes, YouTube's live. Perfect. So, for YouTube and the people that just rated in, and thank you for the follows just now, Hot Dog Flavored Water and Raz Wonders. Welcome. Yes, there you go, Tyrell. So that's the project, right? It's to listen for mentions on Blue Sky and then eventually other platforms. The part we're working on today is a user can go through the flow and update their subscription. They can also completely cancel. Uh, and the way to do that, right? They would click, it goes out to Stripe. They do the checkout thing there. Stripe redirects back to us, and we give them URLs for which they can redirect. Depending on the action they take, we want to show a dialog that pops up when they get redirected back, letting them know that we're going to refetch the data once, but just in case they don't see the results reflected, they may need to refresh or something. For people downgrading, we'll let them know that they still have their current plan until the next billing cycle. Things like that. And then we'll probably want to do one for people that cancel their subscription as well. So yeah, that's the part we're working on. So we basically created a component called Simple Dialogue. It's just to cut down on the boilerplate of the whole like dialogue content, dialogue header BS. I don't know if we fully have like title and header in there. Okay, so we do pass a title if we pass the title in. Cool. Now I feel like this fired way too much. Clearing stale Stripe events. Hold on. Before I get too deep, let's look at that. Oh, it's such a good one. It's so fun. All right, so it's up here in config. This should theoretically. I think I did this part wrong. I think I wanted it 0 for the second value. Yeah, hold on. Crontab.guru. This is at minute 0, which means the next one would be like an hour, when instead I think I want that. So that's at midnight every day. Because yeah, we don't need to run that often. See, I messed that one up. Let's just fix that real quick. Yep. All right. So yeah, let's double check the URLs that we're redirecting to. Ooh, excuse me. And yeah, how's everyone doing from the raid, etc.? Anything fun? Looking forward to Friday tomorrow. It's always nice to have a good Friday. All right. So yeah, we've got. Let's start from the top. This right here is starting a checkout. This is for a customer that doesn't have a subscription yet. What I think I want to do here, we've got success equals true. But we could just do action. I don't think we need that, right? So action is checkout. If they canceled, then no big deal, right? Not a problem. So yeah, action is checkout. So then we've also got other actions that we throw into the URL. So action subscription update. Action subscription cancel. Action payment update. And those are the only three we have. Okay, so then one thing I want to double check, right? We've just got update, cancel, and payment, which is what we're using to create the portal session. So yeah, these parts are unrelated. Yeah, I was just now thinking that maybe I would need to make sure that they overlap, but I don't think we need to do that. Like, they had to be the same enum or whatever. They don't. They definitely don't. All right, so yeah, let's close that. So then, what we need, before we even start showing the dialogue, we need to figure out when we show the dialogue. And that is a use effect. Not any of that. I just wanted the boilerplate. All right. So what we need to do is we need to get search params. We're not going to be setting them at all, but we do need to get them. Not a big fan of switch statements, in JavaScript specifically. In other languages, they're fine. It's just they're not exhaustive, right? Because they don't have the strong enough like type safety. And there's a lot of boilerplate with the break. But I think it's fine. All right, so action here. We've got checkout. And honestly, we could make it checkout success. The more I think about it, that sounds okay to me. So yeah, checkout success. That is definitely not the case. And then the next thing, all right, let's just copy all of these before we forget. Action. It's all of this stuff. Yeah. Okay, so the first one is update, and that is subscription update. I think subscription cancel is another. And then there is not that, it's payment update. And what's up, FD? How you doing? So I believe those are the only 4 values we're going to pass to it. Let's double check that, though. So if we search for action, payment update, subscription cancel, checkout success, subscription update, subscription cancel. Yeah. All right. So these are the events that we care about. What we can do so we can call this raw action. If we don't have a raw action, we leave, and then this is that. But we want to make this just like a quick and easy type. I don't know if it needs to go in the types file, though. Wait, am I showing dev post? No. The person we got rated by we leave tonight, they are working on a hackathon web application. So we just decided to bring it up. All right, so this type, we're going to call it Stripe redirect action. And yeah, we'll go put it in our types file. or billing redirect action. There we go. Yeah, I think I like this. So what we're going to do is, it's not an atom, it is state. And this is going to be... Do we want to create a Boolean for each one? Or we just do the billing redirect action? All right, so we'll do something like that. So we need to track the action and whether we want to show the dialogue, and then we can decide which dialogue to show based on the Boolean that we pass it. Because technically the redirect action all right, that value is not going to go away because we're not going to update the search params. No, this is not on Git. Well, I mean, it's on Git, but it's private. So then the switch maybe doesn't make as much sense. And we can just go back to calling this action. Still want to do if that and return. And we set that to true. So technically, we're not validating that this value is actually one of the ones. We're just casting it. But both of these have to be true and equal to like a specific value for the dialogue we want to show, which then means that even if we set this to true, the others aren't going to show. We leave tonight. Just, yeah, go look. I don't know, man. There's a lot of stuff. Just go look at my GitHub. All right, so now we want to get back to where the simple dialogue is. Hold on. This is one of the billing tiers. Yes, not in the billing tier. Which means it's right here. All right, so then open for this one. Still no new signups on the raffle. Oh well. All right. All right. So open and this equals. We'll do checkout cancel first. Subscription cancel. Put any old thing in there. And let me just double check this. I got a bunch of things open I don't need open right now. Shit. Well, might as well close it all because I closed the wrong thing. All right, so simple dialogue. And glittering and org settings. All right, so then if we're looking at simple dialogue, the only required thing maybe confirm is wrong. Like, okay. I don't know. Yeah, that one's a little trickier. But the rest should be fine. All right, so then here. And what's up, Messijo? How you doing? Just chilling? Nice. All right, we'll hammer out the boilerplate for all of these. And the nice part is we can hack this part. All right, so what's the first one we want to do? Let's actually put these in the order we kind of have them on the page. So we'll do checkout success. And what we want to do up here Where is it? Where is it? All right, so here we do some fetching. It's keywords and notifications. No, it must be this one. Yeah, so we basically just want that boilerplate. I'm going to say 5 seconds, and we should have it by then. So we don't need this part. Yeah, let's do this. Oh, but you know what? That's why I was doing the store. Yeah. Because I want to prevent that use effect from firing too many times. And how you doing, Maniac? What you up to? And realistically, roll should be on this org response now. It's been a weird week. You were sick a little, so you took your good time to recover whilst you read some books and gamed a lot. Nice. That sounds fun. Which game did you play? Counter-Strike? I think that's a bug over in dashboard layout, too. That should be fetched orgs. The game Lingo. Never even heard of it. What kind of game is it? Oh, Limbo. That makes more sense. I feel like I've heard heard of it. But what kind of game? This part should never actually happen. This part would be weird. Like an indie puzzle game? Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, this is a puzzle platformer. That's the way I'd describe it. Okay, so we do this, we set the orgs, we do a fetch, and that should hopefully update the user's billing tier. So we should be good there. So then we can get back to the dialogues, and we can say something like, thank you for subscribing. It may... yeah, hold on. Let me get more music going. It's going fine. Ooh, but hold on. Why is the footer not showing? So Maniac, think about ephemeral as like caching, right? Whether the cache value is there or not, your app should still work. So you should be able to restart your server or clear your cache, and the user is none aware, other than the fact that maybe it takes a little longer to load. Mm-hmm. And at least that's what I meant with it in this context. Yeah, that button should be showing. So what's the deal? We go back to org settings. Oh, wondering if the footer actually goes in content, and I forgot that. Let's go look at their docs. No, because we're using the falsy value of it to do things. Right? So we don't show the cancel button if you don't pass a value. Dialog footer does go in content. Yep. Let's forget that. We probably do want to give these default values for the functions. All right. So we got the OK button, sure. We haven't wired up the on open change yet, which we need to do. Oop. You know what? We don't even need that. I think no matter what, the only difference between any of these is just going to be this text. So instead, let's do this. We only need one of the simple dialogues. And then, yeah, let's do that. So instead of tracking action, and this is where that case comes back. If you switch to a lower billing tier, Yes, they do. And what's up, Mr. Faberdev? How you doing? All right, so your subscription has been canceled. Yeah. It will take effect. Yeah, okay. So I think that does it pretty well. And yeah, we can show you that here in a second. And what's up? Hold on, Padres. Let me read this real quick. Ooh, looks like I got a bug. You're wondering how much coding you can do per week. You started keeping track, and it is really hard for you to break the 25-hour barrier, even if you don't have a lot of other responsibilities. Yeah, most devs are only capable of like 5 hours of code per day. That's a study. There's always meetings. There's always chatting. There's always just like you get worse at coding the more you do per day. So yeah, that's nothing strange there. Something like really senior. Oh god damn it! Really senior developers at a lot of companies actually only get like maybe 3 hours of coding a day. And hey, what's up, Hunar? Yeah, hold on. Let me just fix one thing. This fan fell off the back of my camera again. Got this other camera on, but I just want to make sure that nothing goes too awry. Shit, where did it even go? That little fan. Way too much shit. Oh, here it is. Whoa, that was weird. Okay. I need to get Velcro for this thing. I'm just tired of dealing with it. And I'm back. Um, I work as a developer advocate. Most of my job these days is not coding. No, and I was just saying, That's like the average. Personally, I think you can code all day, right? It just depends. Like, I don't know, the type of coding you're doing. I think switching projects can help. But yeah, even when I had a dev job, I'd wake up at like 7 a.m., I'd do a bunch of my coding. I'd then go do like stream at like, I don't know, 10 or 11. And then after that, I'd still code more. I don't know. And actually, that was a totally different job. The one that I had a couple years ago, it was like, wake up at like 8 or 9, code until 1, stream, and then code more. I think it just depends on the type of coding. Like, in my opinion, you can only maintain like one or two like hard problems to solve in your head at one time, but we're not solving a hard problem right now. Right? And half of the time, we're barely like coding here. We're like thinking about what we need to do next or how to do it rather than just like hammering out code. I think it's possible, but no one wants to give the company they work for more than the 40 hours that they're paying you for. No, so Padres, like, people are capable of more programming than that. But for a typical 40 hours a week, right? 25 out of 40 hours is pretty average. I think there are plenty of people that code more than that, though. But that's not for the company they work for. That's for their side projects. That's just for other things. There's some people that put in way more work for work than they should. But yeah, I feel like, yeah, just on average, with the typical agile development process, you're going to have at least one day every 2 weeks, depending on how long your sprints are. I'm going to say 2 week sprints. You're going to have at least one day every 2 sprints where you're doing a sprint retro. You're doing planning for the next sprint, right? That's like a day of all meetings. No one's getting any significant code done that day. Right? Daily stand up and planning meetings for certain features and talking to designers and doing code review. All of that stuff eats into the amount of time that you're capable of coding. So yeah, if you're tracking like your 40 hours a week, which you don't have to be strict about, yeah, 25 out of 40 of actual coding, yeah, no, that sounds about right to me. The other 3 hours a day are meetings, communication with other devs, code review, catching up on email, whatever. Doing security training at large companies, right? Like large enterprises have you do these like security trainings every quarter. You're going to spend somewhere around 3 or 4 hours at least on security trainings. Like there's just a lot of like bullshit that goes around with work. It's a coding job is not 100% coding. I don't know, man. All right, so I missed a follow, forgot my name. There you go. And Cowboy Outlaw just now. Thank y'all for the follows. Welcome. And how you doing, Scythe? All right, so what part are they yelling at or yelling about? Ah. Yes, we don't do that part. This would be just simply All right, there we go. So now that should compile, and we see that. Cool. So let's say we go and downgrade. Ooh, so that betrays that we're actually incorrect in the subscription update. This part's wrong. I think that's a better one. Let us know if you have any issues. So yeah, we got to there. Did we though? All right, let's do an upgrade. Makes sense, Cowboy Outlaw. Yeah, for sure. Welcome. Ooh. So that's not the right text. Oh, because we're not using the text. Yeah. Down here, we need to do this. What I was gonna say is, uh, this stream makes great background noise. You should probably just be working side by side. Like you'll learn more from building stuff than you will watching someone build stuff. There we go. All right, so we do that. Cool. We go cancel. Does that work? And yeah, they even say when it'll take effect. Cool. Yeah, let's cancel the subscription. Why would I need to do that, Oscriptor? Like, Stripe handles all of that. And Stripe keeps the log of all the events and everything. Yeah, I don't think that's my problem. I think it's Stripe's problem. And to worry about it sounds a bit like an edge case. So I'm not sure if it's that valuable. All right, we should probably pass a title. So yeah, let's do that. You can just do empty string, honestly. Let's see, what does it do? Yep. Yep. So that's a bug on my part. Because I believe the header and title actually need to go in content as well. Oh, but I'm not passing the title. Duh. Da da da. Cool. Yeah, all right. I think we're good. I think we knocked that part out. Let me close a few of these. Ghosty tabs are not cheap. All right, cool. So I think we're gonna call that part done. Let's go look at our linear board. Yeah, I'd say add billing. Done. We do need to set up Stripe production. Yeah, so let's do like other stale DB items and make sure those get cleaned up. And detecting expired subscriptions. I feel like Stripe just sends us that event. Yeah, I don't know. We'll think about that part. All right, so yeah, make sure other stale DB items get cleaned up. So, magic links and rate limiting, right. Yeah, we do have a lot of to-dos and a lot of IO inspect stuff. We want to clean that up at some point. But that part's fine for now. So wait, hold on. I think we're just tracking the rate limiting of magic links. Let me look at this. So it's the verification rate limits, the magic link rate limits. We have set up a different way. Hmm. Nope, did not want to do that. Yeah, so there may be some like magic link logic I need to set up properly. Hexwave Games, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Well, let's at least clear out magic links. So this part's just wrong. Yeah, I think it's fine. All right, so what we want to do, and how often do we think we want to clean up magic links? That can be like once a day. All right, so we need to create the scheduler job. Yep, clear stale magic links. We don't have the delete stale magic links function made. You got to go make that. I'm going to put it up here. It's going to be a bunch of this. Yeah. And we can give it like a staleness value of an hour. We're still checking the value of 10 minutes ago, but all right, so we'll do UTC now. Okay. And then from there, we want to just make sure we're logging that stuff. Yep, that all looks fine. So then we just need to create the cron job up in config. We'll do it an hour after we've cleared the stale stripe stuff. It'll still run daily. Yeah, I'd say that one's good. But that's not right. All right, so then this one is we're we probably want to leave some of the rate limits. Now, you know what? I think we're actually good on that. Yeah, because we don't want people to be able to send an email more often than they should. Or if they've hit their limit, we don't want them to be able to send any, right? So yeah, notification verification. Which we don't have anything in right now. Yeah, no, so that one we don't clear out. So if I start thinking about it, Stripe events cache we're doing. Any WordPress host will be fine. Makes sense. Yeah, like Cloudways, I'm less familiar with them. Hold on. Yeah, so they basically just give you a VPS to use, right? Oh, it's by DigitalOcean. I didn't realize that DigitalOcean acquired them. Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. Okay. Yeah, the only thing I would question is your ability to like set up like full page caching and stuff like that. WordPress heavily benefits from full page caching. How you do that, that's up to you. It can all be inside of PHP FPM's caching logic. It can be inside of memcached. It can be all sorts of places. Um, right? There's even like W3 Total Cache. I believe it supports a bunch of those. So yeah, just making sure like you're thinking about your page caching strategy. Because not every page needs to be like fully dynamic. You're probably not allowing comments or something like that, right? So at that point, you just need to render and cache a page as it's accessed and you're done. And that can last a long time. In the future, one more thing to recognize is that you could also just set up fully static hosting using, any static site generator because WordPress has an API that you can just consume. So you can treat WordPress as a headless CMS, and then you have absolute control over your caching strategy, right? How you render out to HTML. And that's often a really nice solution because then you can get it up in the CDN and users can get that static content wherever they are that's closer. So yeah, as far as like the back end hosting, yeah, I'm sure Cloudways is just fine. That's fine. I'm just letting you know if there's one that you really, really care about performance for, like it's getting a lot of traffic and it's bogging down the system that you deployed it to. Yeah, you could offload that. I think headless WordPress is something a lot of people either don't know about or underutilize. It also means that your website is a lot safer from random plugins that someone's going to try and install because it's not going to make it into the page because you're statically rendering it. That's a double-edged sword, though, right? Some marketing people really want to add some crazy plugin thing that's going to change how the page renders or like add some widget to the page or blah, blah, blah. Just depends on the blog. I would normally say, well, too bad, because, yeah, random WordPress plugins is always a bad idea. Like, I'd rather create custom plugins. Yeah. Like, it doesn't prevent, like, with WordPress, you can prevent people from installing plugins. There's a bunch of ways to do that, too. But with the headless solution, it still prevents them from like shipping something that harms the user experience, right? It'll harm maybe like the author experience, but the user experience can be fine. I consider that a feature, not a bug. No, no, not at all. It was quick enough. That's fine. All right, so yeah, we can close a bunch of these stripe things that we're not using now. Male hog, I do still want to like think about, though we're not using it right now. All right, cool. Yeah, that was a bunch of stuff. So yeah, I'd say that part's good. Parkour, thank you for the follow. Welcome. So yeah, I'm gonna say this one's done. Let's start looking through to-dos. All right, so here's something interesting. It's only picking up one to-do. So yeah, that one gets picked up just fine. But it's part of our dependencies. What's the deal, to-do highlighter? Yeah, see, we get 22 results when we do that. Okay, so that one we got to do. Load base URL from config. Yes, we can do that. Okay, so that to do can go away. Hmm. So yeah, we don't need that log anymore. But the to-do is instead make sure we're not spamming it to someone. Let me get another album going. Hey, what's up, Bingo? How you doing? Looks like, hold on, we've got an unban request. I'll take a look. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not remembering why there either. Was it in another channel? I don't remember. Yeah, all right. Yeah, I need to start giving myself notes. So yeah, sorry about that, Frankie. Not sure why. We dealt with a bunch of people on Tuesday. I almost feel like it might have been something in another chat, but I think maybe you were just in the crossfire. Like maybe I just had the wrong link up. So yeah, sorry about that, Frankie. All right, so we still want the to-do there. And what's up, Bada? Been a little bit. How you doing? That is correct. If you do exclamation point song, you can get a link. Having a great day? Nice. You got a new contract today. Nice. All right, so cores allowed origins. I just want to see an example. Is it comma separated? Oh. Right. Yeah, I forget. It only allows the one. All right, so we could do that. No, it's not that much of a pain. This is just like the annoying part about it. So then I think we're good. We could maybe make this more dynamic. I don't know if that's worth it. We'll leave it as a to-do for now. Yes, a payment failed. We definitely want to do, I think, check out sessions. I don't think checkout sessions are necessary right now. Well, yeah, no, session expired could be worth it. And yeah, I think Brainless was onto something here. I just don't think it's something that we need to do. All right, so then back to here. You have to drop in Stripe for a project in 2 weeks. Haven't touched it in about a year or so. You're using Stripe Link. Yeah. So I'm using Stripe Checkout, and I prefer that just simply because, like, I don't need to manage all that UI state. You know, Stripe just handles that. I don't need to manage the subscriptions directly and like upgrading, downgrading kind of stuff. I mean, Lemon Squeezy was barely a competitor. It was a wrapper around Stripe. Like, it wasn't a competitor. It was in the same ecosystem. Like, it was the same APIs. They just made it easier to use. Like, Lemon Squeezy was Stripe only. Yep. Yeah. As far as I know. Yeah, I think that's maybe what the checkout session is. Like, it's like a bunch of the Lemon Squeezy stuff was rolled into Stripe.billing or Stripe billing. I could be wrong about that one. Like another big thing Lemon Squeezy is like helping bring to Stripe is like merchant of record stuff, and maybe that's something that Lemon Squeezy was doing. Yeah, okay, so that's the big thing that Stripe acquired them for. Yeah, the merchant of record. So if you're not aware of what that means, yeah, they handle all of the tax compliance, customer support, financial transactions, like the whole thing. So yeah, maybe Stripe billing and the checkout part was already a thing, but the merchant of record is really like why Stripe bought them. But as far as I know, they were still a wrapper around Stripe. Yeah, right. Yeah, its whole platform was still built on top of Stripe. But yeah, they did the merchant of record thing, which just meant like your tax liability you didn't have to think about. They handled that for you. So yeah, as Stripe rolls out the merchant of record thing, I would like to switch to that because then I don't have to worry about international tax. That's Stripe's problem. So I just want to point out, like, Stripe made an unexpected acquisition. No, it's something someone probably could have like predicted because it was just a Stripe wrapper. Like, either they acquire it or they build it themselves. And it kind of makes sense for Stripe to buy Lemon Squeezy to get all those customers, and then to also have the expertise of how to build a merchant of record. Because that's what Paddle does as well. Right? Like, Lemon Squeezy was a Paddle competitor more than a Stripe competitor. So if anything, like, it's kind of expected because Stripe wants to, compete against Paddle, and Paddle does the merchant of record and all that. That's my guess. I don't know. I mean, it's a good title, but I just don't think it's that accurate. Like, was it really that unexpected? I don't think I knew enough about Lemon Squeezy at the time because I just didn't pay attention. There's another one. What is it? Revenue Cat? Revenue Cat. I would say, is a direct competitor to Stripe. All right, charge B as well. I'm not sure we need this. Like, I think it's fine. I don't know. I'll leave it. But yeah, I don't know. And yeah, we don't need to make sure it's the appropriate size for a snippet. We want to keep the snippets within... What is it 128 or 256 for a varchar? I think it's 128, right? Oh, geez. No. Nope. It can go way bigger than 128. All right. So yeah, no, that's fine. So yeah, that to do. No good. And yeah, everyone out there, if you could reasonably show up to Seattle, right? Like it's not going to break the bank and, it's not too far to travel. You should register using that form. We're going to be doing a giveaway for a free ticket to Cascadia JS here in Seattle. It's a good event. Yes, we want to keep that as a to-do for now. Yeah, this function goes pretty deep. Hey, what's up, Lala the Clown, Mr. Sir? How was the, how's the Fortnite? Yep. The fork knife. Oh, nice. Yeah, I think I saw her go live earlier today. Yeah, I was like stuck in meetings. At least at the time. It wasn't a heavy meeting day, but heavy enough. But yeah, welcome everyone. How y'all doing? We are building a mobile application to to get notified when someone mentions a keyword that you're listening for on Blue Sky. And then eventually we'll do it for Reddit and Hacker News and Lobsters. Yeah, no worries. Yep, have a good one, Lala. Thanks for the raid. So yeah, the part we're at, like, we are very close to launching this thing. the task that we're doing right now is looking at the existing to-dos, right, that I leave as comments in my code, and seeing what I need to bring out as tasks for here versus maybe what just stays in the code. Yeah, the UI is fun. That one I'll leave. That one I'll leave. But they should be updated here soon, at some point. So what we want to do then is maybe link out to the ticket for it. I think that's a smart move. I think I want to put it on the backlog, though. And yeah, everyone in from the raid, what you up to? Anything fun? This is a very low priority. All right, so dev 77. All right, so we're going to just say this is unimplemented. And then this part is that. And it is not dev 77. That is dev 12. All right, creating a notification. So that part's unimplemented. That part's good there. And then this would be that. So hold on. What is this value? That's the email we want to send to. We're doing that in the wrong place. Hey, what's up, Brainless? How you doing? Some more water. You're taking a break because you were trying to work, but all you wanted to do was some gaming. Ooh, in which games? More RimWorld? You're asking about that on Tuesday, I believe, right? If anyone else played the DLC? All right. It's a nice DLC. Nice. I always get distracted by a TFT game here and there. Yeah, TFT's fun. I understand why they do it, but I just hate like taking, I don't know, like months away from it and coming back and everything's changed like it's a whole new meta. I find that part really annoying. Maybe that's part of the fun though, right? Like it's just not geared towards the occasional player. All right, so yeah. I don't know if I want to block the whole process. No, it should be fine. Like the process that we're in right now, it's just for this one request. So I think it's fine. Yeah. What is it, like Dota chess or whatever they call it? Oh, auto chess. Dota's is Overlords? I thought it used to be called Dota 2 Auto Chess. Like, did they rebrand it? Okay. Yep. Yeah, that makes sense, Bada. So I don't want that random.uniform. Oh, I just do colon rand. All right, so that part's good. Let me get more music going. All right, so make sure the user can't be spammed magic links. So the way we could do this, we could check for. No, we're already doing that part. Nah, we've got a 10-minute timeout for magic links. What I'm thinking is, though, like, well, what if someone's just being a jerk and they wait the 10 minutes and then send another and wait the 10 minutes and then send another, right? Like to someone else. You know, at that point, we probably want to check to see how many they've had that aren't getting used and add them to a different list. Like, we're already doing that part. You get one magic link per 10 minutes. But then, what if someone sets up some kind of bot that tries to create a magic link every 11 minutes? We should record that, right? So I do think we end up needing another table. No, we already have that, Bada. That part's fine. No, this is like a whole new table. That whole new table is forbidden emails. I think that makes sense, right? So we create a whole new table that is forbidden emails. We simply check to see how many they've done. Right? Because if they successfully log in with the magic link, we delete it. So basically, if we see a lot of stale magic links, I don't see how it could work any other way, Oscriptor. It needs to have their email because they're the one initiating the login. Maybe you're misunderstanding what a magic link is. A magic link is the user trying to log in. So they enter their email address, they click send, we send them the magic link, and they can log into the app. We don't have a password. It's the only way to log in without OAuth. So, of course, it's recorded because it's the person that initiated it, theoretically. Yeah, because they have the same exact properties as like a reset password flow. It's the exact same thing as a reset password flow, right? From like a technical standpoint, the logic that happens, right? So at that point, like your email password is garbage because it's only as good as your magic link flow anyway. Or your reset password flow, which is also just a magic link. No, Lightspeed, that's terrible. We don't even have SMS implemented yet. No, no. Yes, invite links, we do have to do the exact same thing. Invite links, we have to do the same thing. But yeah. Now, Lightspeed, like SMS two-factor auth sucks anyway. Like we wouldn't do that. But because we're discouraging magic links, we're doing it the exact same way that Vercel does it. We're putting OAuth as the main stuff, and then in a very small link, you can click use magic link or whatever. Right? So this is what the user sees when they try to log in or register. And then if they really want to do email, they can do that. And that's it. And we're not going to do SMS authenticators. I don't think we need to do authenticator apps. Right? Because OAuth can be the place where you require that people do authenticator stuff. And I'll just look at numbers. If we start to see that no one's using the email flow, then we just don't do it. Right? We get rid of it. Gone. No problem. We force people to use these providers. If they want me to add another OAuth provider, then yeah, we can do that. Yeah. It's fine. Like it's easy enough. Like OAuth is the easiest part. And then it's owned by the org that runs that shit. I think that's probably the move, right? we just create a separate table and we start blocking things. What's up, Phil? Yeah, I get it. I have a to-do extension. It's just broken. Right? Like, for some reason, it's only seeing the one. I don't like installing random extensions either. So yeah, I'm probably just going to remove this one since it's broken. Oh, VS Code. Dying on me. There we go. All right, so back to this part. Yeah. I mean, bingo, check out Super Maven. It's pretty good. And then you can just hit escape if you don't like what it's recommending. If you ever watch Theo, let him know that you're considering using T3 chat because of me. Hell yeah, thanks. But yeah, you know, it's just a chat app. I'm sure there's some way I could chat with Gemini, but I don't know. It's the easiest way. And it's fast enough, like, you know, it's done pretty much all I need as far as like answering just quick things I would Google for. I should probably be paying for it. I'm pretty lazy. God, I need to blow my nose. There's like a hair in there or something. Give me a second. It's itching so much that I'm gonna like rub my nose raw, like trying to get at it. So let me just go blow my nose. Okay, sorry, had to pee as well. Alrighty, and I'm back. So, God, might be a nose hair, just like pointing the wrong direction or something. Yeah, so let's just create that table. Yep. Yeah, we'll just do that. Oh, and what we want to do is source that. We're going to create a migration, and that migration is going to be named forbidden notification values. Right, because we want to maybe have like SMS in there too. All right, so we got this launched up. So, forbidden notification values. What all do we want as props? We're going to alter. No, we're going to, what is it? Create. Yep. We'll add a reason. And then I think we'll just call that good. Maybe it's forbidden email values. And hey, thanks, Signer. Yeah, maybe it's forbidden email values instead. Or maybe it's just not notification. It's just spammed values. The initial emailer. I mean, in the case of login, the emailer and the dead email are the same, theoretically, because it's just a login. But we also end up maybe wanting to use this for when someone's trying to add a notification, right? Such as email or SMS. And then we also probably want to do it for invites as well. No. So this table is serving multiple purposes. There's a bunch of places where these things can come from, right? That's a good point. Yeah. Yeah, are there any other like provider alias mechanisms that we can think of? I think it's just the plus symbol, right? Like we want to allow people to do the plus symbol for legitimate cases, but we want to handle like the rate limiting separately. And then like the disallow list. Hmm. Forbidden sending values. And then maybe it's not values, but like forbidden sending forbidden sending destinations, targets. Forbidden magical events. Forbidden magical targets. Forbidden magic targets. I don't think we need the magical. Wait, what was the humor of it? What did I miss? Oh, okay, sure. So now I'm wondering, where does the model live? Because it's not account based. Maybe we just create like a security module. Yeah, I think so too. Oh wait, hold on. Did I copy the file? No, I copied the text. Yeah. This is Postgres. So we called it value and reason. All right, so I'd say we've got the security module. We can do this part. Oh, and this isn't even the right part because we're not sending it here. So this is to do prevent prevent brute forcing, which is a separate thing. So yeah, this is just checking to make sure that the magic link is still valid. It's not checking if we brute forced it. It's the part where we're trying to log in. All right, this part. for Budden. Yep, good catch. I don't know, Alavo. No. I'm gonna say no. No, thank you. What about this stream has made you think shitting on some language is gonna be welcome? Yeah, I'm just curious why you even thought asking was a good call. Like, no. Exactly. Yeah, for sure, Ramo. All right, so we do this. Hold on, let me go back to. Where is it? Security. It's security. Oh, I hope I'm not in any danger. Oh god, it's not shit. Who here watches way too much IT crap? What is that? Episode 2, I think? I think that's got to be episode 2, and then 3 is the lie detector episode. Damn it. Now I got to double check this. I might have them backwards. Damn it. Okay, no, it is backwards. Yeah, 50/50 is episode 3. Yeah. Jen and her mangled feet is episode 2. Damn it. Oh, it's the same episode Messijo is referencing, actually. Yeah, I like that. We've got the create, And we've got the get. We don't want to do a repo.all though. We want to just do repo.1. Yeah, there it is. Way better. I don't think I want to do unauthorized. We'll just say... Yeah, we'll do that. And then, yeah, this is where we do all of that. Yep. Wait, what did I do wrong there? Get forbidden magic target with a single value. That should be right. Did I spell something else wrong there? Did I do forbidden again? Oh, we haven't brought in security yet. Yeah, and that fixes that bug. All right, so yeah, we just weren't bringing in security. So then what we want to do is look at account or accounts, and it's, yeah, so get magic links are down here. Okay, so I see what I want to do here. Hold on. Mess that up. Yeah, I think we're good there. So then, yeah, we do the repo.all. With Python? No, sorry, Stanley. No, it is from. Oh, no, that part's fine. And what's up, Condi? How you doing? Ooh, excuse me. You're gonna visit a friend over the weekend. You're gonna take a 2-hour train for that. Why is a 2-hour train taking 5 hours? I'm kidding. I knew what you meant. In 5 hours, you start the 2-hour journey. I get it. I get it. I'm just having fun with it. There you go. You tried Kimmy K2, but it's super expensive. Oh, is it? So it's not something you can host locally? Looks to me like you can, right? So is it not something you can run locally? Yeah, how to run locally. Oh, yeah, the full 1 terabyte parameter model requires a terabyte of disk space. So yeah, running that locally is probably not going to work that well. Right, okay. Yeah, it looks like 24. If you have a bonus 256 gigs of RAM, no big deal. Dude, 5 tokens a second is really not fast. If you don't have that much RAM, llama.cpp inherently has disk offloading. It'll just be slow. So instead of 5 to 10 tokens a second, it'll be under 1. Brutal. Yeah, exactly. Moonshot AI. Interesting. Yeah, so price-wise, this is no good. Dude. So per million tokens. That's going to be $5. You heard good stuff about Intel? Well, that's good news to me because I own some Intel stock. So yeah, I hope they do great. This is not financial advice. I don't know about that. There's a lot of people that have zero faith in Intel's leadership. Basically, Intel squandered the CPU game. Look at their history, like not making Apple's chips for the iPhone. There's definitely some really questionable things. They were locked to 4 cores before AMD pushed the envelope. Nah, Intel has a history of not innovating, actually. And that's fine. But yeah, like management is a big part of the evaluation of a company. And that's the whole point. Yeah. Like people are talking about their leadership and management. That's a major thing that prevents them from, in my opinion, being as much of a player as they should. I've got stock in all of them. I've got TSMC, I've got AMD, I've got Intel. I've also got index funds and all sorts of shit. Yeah, yeah, and it's not even a major portion of, you know, my liquidity or whatever. Makes sense. I don't know. I'm not some investing wizard. I have no idea. Don't listen to me. Oh, I do need to pay off. I do need to pay off one of my credit cards tonight. Don't want to get charged any interest. Yeah, it's fine. Man, what nose hair do I need to pull that's just really annoying me right now? All right, so yeah, let's continue thinking about this Magic Link stuff. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. It's gonna make me feel so bad. God, but it's just like it's just tickling, like the bulb of my nose, right? Like this part right there. But yep, is what it is. Okay, so we've got this method or function or whatever you want to call it. When we fetch the magic target, oh, what we want to do here is existing magic links. No, no, that's fine. I even have like a little mechanical one, which I I think it used to be in here. I don't remember what happened to it. But yeah, no, I've got like a little mechanical trimmer. Yeah, I know. Whatever. It's life. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I like this. So the create should give us a value back, which then means the user should have a problem. Okay. So we've got it there. Yep. Got to do that. So then the next part we care about. 3. But the reason is that, within a day we delete them. So number 1, when the user successfully logs in, we delete one. Down here. Right, we delete the one they use. And then we're doing 3 for like, we'll allow like 3 within a day. Yeah, I think so. Wonder if I want to like just disable VPN IP addresses. Is there a service for that? I mean, it depends on the type of firewall you're talking about. I think you have to use a web application firewall. Okay, we could use a third-party service for the IP address. Okay. Yeah, so if you wanted to do it with Cloudflare, you'd have to be on Enterprise. Okay, that makes sense. Mm, I'm not sure. Yeah, it happened the other night when maybe I had a bunch of whiskey. I think I meant to ban someone else and maybe clicked you. Not much, just chilling. All right, so yeah, I think I like what we got going so far. And we've got the login flow done, right? Like, what other parts do we need? We need to do creating a notification and inviting users. When I missed some follows. So Ericode and Phil Mund. Phil, if you're still out there. Yeah, I saw the link. Like, thanks for sharing that extension. I don't know. Do I need an extension or can I just do a search for to do? I do feel like the extension I had was adding a bunch of noise to like my gutter over here, which I found a little annoying. But yeah, and then the one also like close to an hour ago, Enif. Enif's the Altrusion. It's Enoch, right? I'm making a reference to Land of the Lost. I really liked the movie. I never watched the show because I'm not 60. um, no, I think if I was like 10 years older, it would have been a show I watched. Now, my older brother's, I think, 7 years older than me, and he's close to 50, and I believe he remembers watching it. Oh, they had a Nickelodeon reboot? Oh, I didn't know that. Was it a Nickelodeon reboot, or was it just on, like, Nick at Night? Like, it was like a full-on reboot? Yeah, I don't remember that at all. A whole new show in the 90s. I don't remember that. Was it late 90s? Because I watched a lot of Nickelodeon in the early 90s, like Roundhouse and Are You Afraid of the Dark? What was the other one? All That? Yeah, I watched a bunch of that stuff. Oh, this does look kind of familiar, actually. Yeah, they were like a family. Okay. Yeah, all right. Yeah, I might have seen a couple episodes now that I think about it. Huh. Or at least, like, this dude looks really familiar. Yeah, no, I mean, I it doesn't stick out. The creature looks familiar, but it also like overlaps so much with that show Dinosaurs that I'm not sure. Right? Like how familiar the creature looks. But okay, now that makes sense. Um yeah, I really really liked the Will Ferrell version. The Will Ferrell Land of the Lost is super fun. I really like that movie. As long as like, you go into it knowing it's just, a typical Will Ferrell movie. I don't know. Yeah. It's really fun then. Back during like the 3D movie craze. Dude, that shit was crazy. Oh, dude. Yeah, I wouldn't listen to reviews for a movie like that. Yeah, exactly. For just like a, you know, for a comedy like that, I will never trust a review. It doesn't make any sense. But I like a lot of movies that get terrible reviews. Like one of my guiltiest pleasures is Ice Pirates. That movie's so bad and so good at the same time. Like so bad, but so good. As long as you know it's a bad film, it can be a really good bad film. Ice Pirates? It's from the 80s. There are some people that blame Ice Pirates for killing sci-fi. Like for like the latter half of the 80s. It's it's bad, but it's so like good bad. So yeah, I don't know. Right? Yeah. Like it's just so good and cheesy. My one of the funniest things to me is that like Ron Perlman, who's typically like the big guy, he's like the wiry guy. He's like the wiry thief guy. Like because all the other people are super tall too. Yeah, Hackers is good fun too. Yeah. I'd say Hackers is just good, technically. I'd say Hackers is just good. Is it accurate? Is it a realistic depiction of hacking? No. But it's a good movie. Yeah, see, I don't trust IMDb. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, IMDb's full of shit. Don't listen to those people. Oh, and 6.2 is solid. No, 6.2 is good. No, 6.2 is totally reasonable. All right, a 68% popcorn meter is solid. That's a watchable film. You think the averages skew high? Oh, I don't know about that. No, I think 6.2 is solid. I wouldn't consider it a bad film unless it's like under 5 at least. Like, hold on. Ice Pirates. Let's go back real quick. Ice Pirates gets like a 4, I think. Okay, 5.6. That's higher than it should be. That's way higher than it should be. Right? Like, how the hell could Shawshank only get an 8.4? Right? Like, dude, people are idiots. Like, what the hell? Yeah, a 17 on the tomato meter is pretty tough. 50% on the popcorn meter is, people knew what they were watching at least. I just think there's such a selection bias with the kind of person that rates a film anyway, right? Either they have no idea and they were expecting the wrong thing and they want to leave a negative review because they're dicks, or they consider themselves some kind of film snob, right? Like, it's just, there's a major selection bias to the kind of person that leaves a film review. Like, so much so that they're not anyone I want to listen to. And yeah, Ebert and Roper, like, yeah, dude, they hated some films that are damn classics, man. They thought some stuff was good that is admittedly a terrible film. Like, yeah, they were just as bad. They were just as bad. Right? Siskel and Ebert, similar, right? But again, like, it's selecting for film critics, right? Like, film critics are inherently just awful. The most accurate critic ever was the show The Critic, because categorically he'll say everything stinks. Well, all right, at least he's even about it. He's a snob about everything. Cool. It stinks. Anyway, back to what we're doing. Yeah, we need to set up some rate limiting on this page. And it's technically not the rate limiting part. Yeah, I mean, it's got moments. It's got some stuff that's, I don't know. I think the tricky part is it was going up against stuff like Duckman, right? I would definitely say Duckman is a better show. Right? There's a bunch of other shows it was going up against, so that was the tough part. Maybe, but I consider Duckman the precursor to Rick and Morty, basically. Like without Duckman, could Rick and Morty have really like been created? I mean, probably yes, but still, I don't know. It definitely paved the way. Right? Like it wasn't made for kids, you know? Yeah, but here's the thing. If I were to rate those films, they would not be a 10 out of 10. Dude, they're so fucking boring by today's like film standards, by what we know about pacing and all that shit. Dude. Yeah, I anyone who rates those films highly, I can't listen to them. Nah, I'm sorry, can't do it. Right? The best kind of film is one where like you're absorbed into it and you lose concept, like the a whole concept of time and like yourself, right? Like it needs to like really, you know, do that suspension of disbelief and like take you out of yourself. And I don't know, yeah. Casablanca, it constantly feels like you're just watching a movie. And frankly, Casablanca, I don't give a damn. It's not entertaining to me. Citizen Kane, sure, technically it's a great film, right? Camera angles and all that BS. But I don't know. So it's funny that you say nowadays people are trying too hard in their acting, because that's actually the definition of that era of acting. like like overselling it, putting on that weird fake New England accent, right? Like the Clark Gable BS. That era of filmmaking is garbage, in my opinion. No, you see, right? Like just that weird accent that they all faked. A movie I watched recently that really pulled me in, and it didn't feel like I was watching a film. Um, I hadn't seen Rambo, like, First Blood for ages. And like, dude, the film was like done and dusted before I even like realized like I didn't get any work done because I was trying to lurk and like, like co-work while watching. I consider First Blood a really great film. The pacing, right? Like the character building, it's really good. It's not as over the top as like all the other like the subsequent Rambos where he just further and further flanderizes into this superhero. I live in Washington State. If you're talking about like a new movie, I don't see enough new movies. I will say I went and saw Joker in the theater. It didn't feel as long as it was, right? Joker did a good job of that. The first one, obviously. God, what's another one that gave me that feeling? Honestly, there are some shows that do it. Like my first watch of Future Man, at least the first season, was kind of like that. Any favorite streaming services? I don't know. I don't pay for Netflix. I'm currently paying for Hulu. It's okay. Um, I paid for like I'm still paying for, and I need to cancel whatever one the Twisted Metal show was on. Twisted Metal definitely did not give me that feeling, however, right? But it was still entertaining and worth watching. Why don't they support Google? Because they're an Amazon product. Does any Amazon product let you log in with Google? Not that I know of. The website supports logging in with Google? Really? Huh. I did not know that. Hmm. Interesting, Meki. So you created your account yesterday. Hmm. Interesting. Oh, no tie. Got it. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, that's a weird one, Gandhi. Couldn't get the tunes on YouTube? Gotcha. Yeah, no worries. It's good music, right? So the SMS message will wait on. Oh, thank you for the sub. Yeah, if you want to follow this channel, I'd recommend it because you followed the other channel yesterday. I don't know if you know that. Like maybe you made it to this channel, but it was like showing my other channel. So just wanted to throw that out there for you. I've got a gaming channel, and when I say gaming, you know, it's like 50-50 gaming and co-working. So sometimes, like the other day, we're watching Rambo, and, you know, I'm just like working on the side. Yep, yeah, I typically eat dinner over on that channel, and like I need to set it back up again, but I do like cooking on that channel sometimes too. It's been a while just because the tripod I had, like one of the legs broke down. And I don't know, it's like it was an annoying setup for the camera. I want to figure out like a better setup for doing like the overhead cam. But yeah, hold on. The gaming channel is gaming. So yeah, last night I played Dead Island 2 with a couple friends. We do that every Wednesday. You know, Wednesdays where I don't go to Seattle JS. Tonight, I probably need to get some more work done, but I could play some games. That's fine, Bingo. Just letting you know. I mean, Condi, you usually just do it with different scenes. It's just another input. No, I'll hop into a whiskey. I know I overdid it a bit the other night. I still think most of the people that got banned the other night deserved it, though. Besides the mistaken one. Sorry again, Frankie. Yeah, I mean, I know I overdid it because the memory of it's a bit fuzzy. But I don't necessarily remember, like, regretting it that much. But yeah, you know what? Yeah, we could hop into one. It's 6 o'clock. Oh, and shit. Hold on. Yes, real quick. Sanjovis. Oh, interesting. I've heard that name before. I don't know what it is. And then, yeah, sorry. Smecky, no tie. Thank you for the gifted subs, dude. I want to shout that out first. I really appreciate that. Thank you for subbing yourself. Thank you for gifting 5. Like, I really appreciate that, man. Thank you. Do I get money from you being subbed to Turbo and spending time on the channel? Yeah, yeah. It covers basically like as if you had watched the ads. So, yeah, totally. Well, I am super low on whiskey, so we're not going to be able to have that many today. It's like we'll have enough for 2, maybe 3. I think it'd be ideal to maybe keep it to 1, but I don't know. Yeah, I think it's fine. I didn't have any yesterday. Skip the dishes? Wait, what do you mean by that? Yeah, I appreciate that. Would you prefer if I say no tie, or should I say smecky? Oh, Skip the Dishes is an app. Got it. I've used Instacart. Nah, it's just not worth doing that for. Yeah, for food delivery. Yep, Instacart. So I use Instacart for like groceries, and then there's DoorDash for like delivery food. Yeah, it is weird. Tech Workbench. Okay, you're talking like pre-made food delivery. Yeah, so like, with DoorDash, I don't think I'd be able to order alcohol, right? But with Instacart, I can. I've never tried. Yeah, DoorDash is purely like pre-made meals. In Canada, you can? Oh, interesting. Hmm, I didn't know that. I've never actually looked or tried. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Now I'll go to Costco tomorrow. I spent too much on sushi yesterday that I don't know. I'll just save some money and go to Costco. Oh, it's bruh, it's me, Kai. Okay. Whatever you say, Meki. I could say Kai, now that you let me know. Yeah, I could say Kai just fine. Yeah, it was good sushi, too. Ooh, it was good. Like, it wasn't the one that I get from the grocery store nearby. It was, like, from the actual sushi place nearby. And it was good. It was solid. It was just too hot to cook yesterday. Tonight, I think we're all right. I got eggs I need to use up. So I might do eggs tonight. I've also got shrimp I could cook. I did seafood last night. I probably shouldn't do seafood tonight. Third item on the DoorDash mobile is a glass of wine icon. Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, makes sense. I just don't feel like paying an extra $20 to get that stuff delivered. What do you mean sucks living by myself? No, I love it. I could never have a roommate again. Now, living with a partner, sure, I could do that. But, like a roommate? Fuck that shit. Never again. Yeah, bedtime Baron, that dog barks all the damn time. I'm kidding, that's not who you were talking about. No, that's a different kind of roommate, though. Right? Like, a partner is way different from a roommate. You just walk? Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I got a grocery store I can go to that's close enough. Buy for 2 days? Yeah, And I could. I don't know. I'd I'd rather just go out to Costco. I need to get some gas anyway. I think I need to get some more steaks and but like there's some things I don't actually trust a delivery driver to get. Like I don't want anything perishable. Like truly like quickly perishable. So I'm not getting, beef, chicken, any of that stuff, like the meats, etc. that I'm going to like probably freeze anyway. I don't trust them to get it here quick enough. I don't trust them to not have it sitting there right there in the sun cooking, like just going bad. Oh, I got you, Craze. Yeah, no, I love living alone. It's the best. Nobody moves your cheese. Everything's where you left it. Which also means, yeah, I got a lot of dishes to do. Yeah, I need to clean out the steamer so I can do some dumplings tomorrow night or Saturday. Either way. But yeah. Let's do some code stuff. Living single after 14 years of not being alone. I'm sorry. Unless you're stoked on it. But yeah, that okay. Yeah, it's cool. All right, that's good. Sitting under the heater for a while. Um, that's not necessarily true. In the kitchen I worked in, the plates were actually like under the heater, right? Like that was the station, that was the place where I would bring the plates for for the line. But yes, I also worked in a kitchen. I worked in food service in a bunch of different ways. Down when I worked at Mount Hood, and it's for that reason I don't necessarily trust that many restaurants either. you know. But yeah, I learned how to cook. So, there are certain dishes that I can't order at restaurants because they'll never do it as well as like I get it at home. Like chicken fried steak. Nah, man. I'll never be able to order a chicken fried steak from anywhere. Because he sees like the grossness that goes through their like sinks and like how bad their pipes are and stuff. Is that it? And yeah, how's it going, Code Girl? Welcome back. Yeah, no, dude. Oh man, some of those walk-ins get so filthy. Ugh, they get so filthy. You were working at an Applebee's back in 2008. You still remember a waiter dropping a cheese stick on the nasty kitchen floor, picking it up and back to the plate. Gross. Gross. Most kitchens get cleaned daily, right? Like pretty thoroughly cleaned, but not all. I'm not sure, Frankie. Which concept? Oh, you're talking about. Hold on, wait. Are you talking the web components thing? Like vanilla components? I don't remember the context. Yeah, no, that's not anything I would ever use. Sorry. Why? Because what's the point? Why not just use React? I wouldn't gain any value from it. Take it easy, Geronimo. We're not trying to have those kind of like arguments and conversations here. Yes, it's a lot to learn and it's tough. Debugging is a little painful. But you know what? It is what it is. Frankie, what benefit do I have using those things in the application I'm building right now? What would be the benefit? Why? Like, why is that a goal? Who cares? Who gives a shit? It's why do you hate frameworks so much? Frameworks are great. They have documentation. I am extremely anti not invented here syndrome. The worst devs I've ever worked with are the people that think they know better than the framework and they build out a component in a way that fucking sucks. And then I'm stuck dealing with the performance issues of it or the fact that it's not accessible. Yeah, right? Like worrying about frameworks is seeing the forest for the trees. It's concentrating on the wrong problem. I'm building a dashboard application. No one's going to give a shit about an extra 100K for boilerplate, like for React and a couple libraries. And I think that's the problem, Frankie. You're too mired in the 1995 mindset. In a dashboard application, no user gives a shit about 100K. If you're making a static site, well, then, yeah, you're making a static site, and you should use a framework that makes it easier. Right? So, yeah, if you're making a static site, use Astro, and you can use any components you want. You can use React or Solid or whatever. Who gives a shit? And it'll still tree shake away and make that stuff lazy loadable in a really, really awesome way. Yes, Bedtime Barry, you were born. Yes, you were born. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah, I just think we have the technology these days to make static applications with islands of interactivity via the Astro approach to where microcomponents do not fucking matter to me. And that's fine, Frankie. I get it, but the less tooling approach tends to get in the way of actually shipping. The less tooling approach tends to get in the way of hiring a new dev and then being productive immediately. Like what? There you go, short of code. Yeah, like You can totally go the vanilla route, but you end up reinventing all this shit that Framework's already figured out, man. You know, if I'm building a dashboard application, I need a router. Bare minimum, I need a router. And I want it to follow the same patterns I'm used to with all the other modern routers. Yeah, round peg in a square hole. I mean, the round peg goes through, so that's easy. There's no hammering. It just slips right in. You ever thrown a hot dog down a hallway? Frankie, that misses the point. I'm not working with kids. I'm not a kid myself. I need devs that can be self-sufficient and find documentation for the shit that they need to do. Frameworks do that really well. They need to be able to Google for issues they get. Frameworks do SEO really well. I don't give a fuck about teaching kids. That's such a niche. Like, yeah, if you care about teaching kids, then yeah, microcomponents. But come on, man. Like, you're not even having a proper conversation anymore. Because kids aren't all about shipping. Because what are they even shipping? Like, nothing. Frankie, if that's the use case you see, there's a reason why it's not getting adoption. Because that's not a valid use case. It's not the common case in any way whatsoever. It's a niche. If you're focusing on that niche, go for it, but it should be obvious that no one else wants to do that shit. But yeah, exactly short of code. You'll end up reinventing all the wheels that you actually need to build a proper application. Yep. I'm just double checking, reading through like the rest of chat, making sure I don't miss something. What do I think about blockchain? I think it's a cool tech. I just think crypto really like tainted the perception of it. Sure, Frankie, but why use jQuery? Why not just write it all vanilla? You could totally write the wrappers for each browser, right? Why add tooling for that? Why add a library or a framework for it? You know? If, like, this is me being facetious. Is that you being sarcastic there, Bingo? I will say, please throw a kappa on it, or a JK, or a /S, or whatever. Right? A kappa solves the problem, right, of the missing context when you're doing this. A timeline-based thing like Greenstock in place of a framework. You've got an animation-heavy site under discussion at work. So here's the big thing short of code. Are you talking about a website or a web application? In general, for websites, you need static rendering and progressive enhancement. For applications, no one gives a shit about that, right? If you're talking strictly about a website, well, fucking go for it. That, like, the timeline approach is what most like scroll-driven animations are doing anyway. So yeah, like, people have considered it and people do it. Look at every Apple website. But those are websites, not applications. There's no state you need to maintain on that site other than the scroll position. Besides maybe a micro component, wink wink, for maintaining the cart. But that's for a website, not an application. There's a very big difference. All right, so let's keep going. What we need to do is a web application is an SPA or SSR or any of that shit. Yes, web applications are different from websites. That fundamental difference matters a lot. Applications are mostly interactive. Sites are mostly content. That's the fundamental difference. How you build either one, SPA versus multi-page, doesn't matter. It's an application versus a site. Your blog, or anyone's blog, is a site. Those are two separate things, just like this application. This application is this, right? This page is just a login. Sure, and it's fine. I have a marketing site that is this bullshit, right? This is a website that then redirects you to what is a web app, right? Now we've got a bug in our deploy because that should have been updated. But that is the fundamental difference there, right? Your documentation, your blog, your marketing landing pages, your home landing page, all of that stuff is website bullshit. And if you need to make a website, you should probably use some static site generator. If you need a user to log in and actually do things, you're making an application. And it just happens to be on the web, you know? Are you just saying like the styling? Right? Like, you know, this app once we log in? Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, I don't think I made up those definitions, but I do think it's interesting that we have to keep making these distinctions. To me, it seems like it should be common knowledge at this point about the distinction between the two. But I don't know. I saw one of Theo's tweets recently where someone's talking about, I don't know, making lightweight blah, blah, blah. And he's like, oh, yeah, tell me you don't know the difference between a website and a web app without telling me. Yeah, it makes sense there, Code Girl. I get it. To a normal user, it's all a website. That's fine, but they're not building it. They don't need to understand. To a normal user, a house is a house. To someone who understands how to build houses, there's a big difference between brick and mortar and wood. To a person living in a house, they don't give a shit. Right? We shouldn't care about what they think. Benji over on YouTube. What is that icon you have next to your name? I'm so curious about that. What does that mean? Did I look at this before? What does that icon mean? And why is your name green? It's the membership icon? Wait a minute. Are you my first YouTube member? Yeah, I'm streaming both to YouTube and Twitch. YouTube gets without the music. Yeah, it's easy. It's just CM Griffing over on YouTube. Yeah, I don't know, Benji. I wasn't aware anyone was actually like a member of my YouTube. Now you're kind of blowing my mind. I don't even know how to check that. Yeah, I'm so curious about that now. What? How do I even see how many like memberships I have? I have 2. What? Oh shit. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, you and one other person. Ah, oh, that's cool. Well, thanks. Even if it wasn't you, thank you. And what's up, Bingo? How you doing? Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Benji. That's cool. Damn, I didn't even know. Yeah, 20 days ago. Huh. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Oh, shit. I wish I'd known. I would have done something. Hold on. 20 days ago, that would have been my birthday. The whiskey did floweth. So maybe it even happened and I forgot. The whiskey did floweth. Yeah, June 27th. Well, we got more over there. Ooh, how do I pronounce your name? Norris? I mean, Frankie, just stream for the fun of it. Like, who cares about controversy? But hold on, let me catch up. I'm sure I missed some comments. Back to the app versus site. Is Next.js apps or SSR FW? What does the FW mean? Oh, SSR framework. Got it. Here's the thing. There are people that build websites with Next.js, and I think they're totally fucking wrong. There's no need. There's no reason for it. There are people that do their documentation sites with Next.js. That's a terrible idea. That's like a really, really, really bad idea. Right? Why do you need to incur the server overhead? Just statically render that stuff. And then it's just HTML, CSS, and JavaScript on a CDN somewhere. It's better for your users than SSR. I personally think Next.js's only place is in making applications. But you can build anything you want with it. Again, Geronimo, though, like, if you have an application where someone needs to log in, you probably don't need SSR. If they don't need to log in and it's just content, you also don't need SSR because it can just be static. The only place where it matters is e-commerce. Exactly. There you go. Good call, Kai. The only place where that matters is e-commerce, which is why Shopify bought Remix. Because they were working on solving basically the same exact problems with, what was it, Hydrogen, I think was the name of it. So yes, e-commerce is the only use case where you probably want SSR and you want to treat it basically like an application. No, and I get that, Geronimo. I'm not saying you shouldn't do any of that. I'm just letting you know, like, I don't see a use case. Like, if it's good for the learning, then awesome, do it. The YouTube version of Kappa is that smiley face? I didn't know that one. Ooh, there you go, Norris. And again, how do I pronounce your name? Right? Like, I almost want to just call you Chuck because my name wants to call you, or my brain wants to call you Norris. Is it more like Naris? Oh, Larobi. Cool. So Norris. Is Norris actually right? Oh my god, I'm good. Oh, I'm fucking good. Oh. Woo! That's awesome. I'm really proud of that then. That is a solid reference, Bedtime Bear. I'm hoping other people get it. Yeah, you're Chuck Norris's brother, obviously. Duh. And yeah, no worries, Figuera. All right, so yeah, we only got 2 drinks out of what we had left. This one's a little thicker, so I'll add a little extra water as we go. So yeah, we'll just be sticking it with 2. 2 for the day, and I think that's solid. I need to cut down more. I've hit a bit of a plateau in my weight loss. Like, I'm just hovering at that 180, like dipping a little below and then jumping back up. I have fallen off on, like, doing the exercise, so I need to do that more. Like, my legs were burning because I was, like, speed walking to get my sushi yesterday. Like, burning. All right, so hold on. Let me double check. And yeah, we'll get back to more of our code. Okay, so real quick. Figuera, a simple, slick portfolio site. Astra. Just, yeah, Astra. Because you can add whatever, like, JavaScript functionality you want with whatever framework you want. Any static site generator will do the job, though. Like, any static site generator is fine. I just tend to pick Astra these days. Number 1, because you can use almost any framework you want. You can even use Angular with some of the stuff that Brandon Roberts has done. Static site generators allow you to self-host. It allows you to self-host in a way that's better than regular self-hosting. Static site generator is just JavaScript, HTML, and CSS. Ship that up to a CDN instead of, like, hosting it on some VPS. Nah, man. Just throw it in an S3 bucket and then put it on CloudFront, and you have infinite scalability. No one will ever Reddit hug of death your CloudFront-based static assets. It's impossible. Good luck. You could put it on a VPS and throw Nginx in front of it. That's an option. But why? Bingo, no matter what you do, static assets are the most scalable thing you can do. Even if you're putting it on a VPS, it's not infinitely more scalable, but you're going to be able to serve so many more thousands of requests per second of just serving static assets with Nginx than doing any server-side logic with some language. Yeah, like no matter what, if you can go static, go static. Just do it. I still recommend using a CDN and an S3 bucket, right? Or something, right? But, you know, if you absolutely want to put it all on your VPS will thank you still. And in fact, you can make WordPress feel like static assets because WordPress has full page caching via some of the plugins. You can throw PHP FPM in front of it and you're fine. Yeah, you can host a static site on Firebase, on Vercel, like Vercel, Render, like all of these like super cheap or like easy to like deploy hosts. Let me put it this way. I don't typically do the S3 CDN thing until I feel like I have to. Yeah, Cloudflare Pages, like all of them work. I would like Laravel Cloud. It's great for Laravel. But I just, you don't need Laravel Cloud if you're just doing static assets. Every single provider out there in the world, Netlify, Render, Vercel, like all these ones where it's just like you push, you know, you build in their infrastructure and then it's just static assets living somewhere. They love it if it's just boom, right? HTML, JavaScript, CSS. And you can do it for free and you'll never hit any limits for any of that shit. You can get the Reddit hug of death. You're not going to hit any limits. It's fine. But also remember, if you do WordPress right, self-hosted, it's still just basically static assets too. Because you can prime that full page cache on like update time rather than like just in time. And W3 Total Cache will absolutely do that. I've done a lot of WordPress in my day, and I have built WordPress sites that respond really fucking fast. Just because, yeah, you're just caching static content. There's no comments or anything dynamic. Like, no, you just re-render the full page cache when the content changes. That's easy. That's just a single like hook in WordPress. So Frankie, hold on. Once you upgrade what? Maybe I'm missing a step there. Next step after SSR when you need some JS stuff? I still don't know what you mean. Like, I still have no idea what you mean there, Frankie. SSR is the last step. There is no step beyond SSR. Like, technically, every multi-page application you've ever dealt with, Laravel-based, Phoenix-based, whatever, they're all SSR. The only difference between how Next is doing it and how other things are doing it is you're using the same code for both. But yeah, Next.js and Laravel are the exact same thing to me. The only thing that's different is the language you're using on the back end. No, SSR is dynamic, Frankie. Maybe you're missing that. So static site generation is different from SSR. SSR is server-side rendering. Static site generation is SSG. Is that what you're asking? When do you need SSG versus SSR? Is that your question? I don't know. Okay. When do you need SSR versus static site generation? I feel like I just said all of that. You should try and go for static, right? Static site generation at all times. If you need something dynamic where you need to hit a server, then you have a fork in the road. And the more commonly traveled road is dashboard applications, right? Where someone has to log in, so you have a gate, so you don't need to do any server-side rendering for that content because you don't care about SEO. If you care about SEO, then you have to go SSR. That's it. That's fucking it. 1000%. That's it. So e-commerce is the most common use case. Places where you're going to have millions of pages or records, and maybe not millions, but thousands or hundreds of thousands. Then at that point, wait, hold on, I don't get that one there, Bedtime Bear. But basically, right, like think about Craigslist. Craigslist is basically just static content. But if you had to re-render every single page when one person updates one page, that's untenable. That just doesn't work. Now, you could actually create some build processes that only rebuild the pages that matter. But you get to the point where you either need tooling to solve which pages need to re-render, or you need to just render what you need on the fly. No, MVC doesn't really apply to this. It's totally unrelated. Sorry, Bingo. Totally unrelated. Your fuel pump doesn't give a shit what it's pumping fuel to. Whether it's a V8 or an inline 6 or some other weird engine configuration, hold on, what's another one? Some rotary engine. None of that shit matters, right? It's a separation of concerns. The model view controller thing does not fucking matter for what we're talking about right now. Model view controller is how you organize your code. That's it. That's 1000% just it. Model view controller versus MVVM, any of that bullshit. That's just how you structure the code, not how it gets rendered. All we're talking about right now is rendering. And that's fine, Frankie. It's a static site that you want to enhance a little bit. Yeah, that's still just a static site. They're in the same repo. No, so I think you missed it. The reason that they render differently is because I think I have a bug in my deployment. This right here, the login page, is the application. The website just links to the application from here. This page doesn't give a shit. If I want to share some state between these two things, I would use a cookie, right? Scoped to the domain. And then that cookie would let me know whether the user's logged in, and instead I just change this to a dashboard button. That's like a nice to have. That doesn't fucking matter. I'm really not sure what you're trying to say there, Frankie. Because jQuery didn't care about server-side rendering, which is why you should probably just use React. Because then you could use Astro to do the static site and build a component, and then you build another SSR project that wants to reuse that component. Well, yeah, it's just React. So then you build some dashboard application that uses that component. The amount of times that you're going to share these things between these projects is so extremely rare, you shouldn't be building around that edge case in any way whatsoever. Who cares? Fuck it. Portability of code? Yeah, use something React-based if you want portable React code. Problem solved. How often are you actually trying to do that, though? It's really rare. It's really rare. The difference is, right, like think about a component library, which is basically its own kind of framework. There are certain component libraries that work with Next.js, or, yeah, that work with a static site generator, like Astro, but aren't going to work with Next.js because Next.js complains about how they're injecting styles and all that bullshit. So we were dealing with a component library a little bit ago for just a microsite that we built. And we were trying to use the glass morphism library. No, new morphism. Right? So I wanted to use this for like some micro app I was building. But I needed to use React because I needed at least, or not React, sorry, I needed Next.js for just this one like server-side function to auth with GitHub. And this is old. It hasn't been touched in like 5 or 6 years, which means it really doesn't fit within the Next.js paradigm. The way that they're injecting styles and doing a whole bunch of stuff, right? The way they use context for styling like the components. Mantine even has a problem because it uses context for styling. So in general, right, Mantine sucks with Astro. You can't use Mantine with Astro because Astro doesn't support context, right? Like React.context. So there's some of these edge cases where some of these frameworks don't work. But you know one that works everywhere? ShadCN. Because it's not trying to get fancy with its styling. So, yeah, like, is it a problem of the framework or is it a problem of the component library? It's usually the component library that's wrong. Because you can build a component library in a way that doesn't break in Astro, in a way that doesn't break in Next.js. So yes, one of my goals for a project I want to make is to actually just build a component library using ShadCN as a base and basically recreate this, what is it? Neo-brutalism website. I basically want to recreate neo-brutalism with a different set of styling. And it's totally doable because ShadCN is the base for that. So by having a good, sane baseline, building on top of it becomes really easy and you can use it everywhere at that point. These are things that we didn't know or think about back in the jQuery days. So like the jQuery thing you're talking about doesn't matter because we've learned so much more. Does that help? No. When I'm saying recreate in this context, I'm saying I want to port that styling philosophy to a thing where I don't have to worry about like building it from scratch. What you're saying, when I was pushing back on you doing recreate, what I'm talking about is reinventing the wheel in every application, right? In every app or every project, every website that you build. If you're building a component library, that's a different thing. What I'm talking about with recreating a component library is building a thing that people can use everywhere. In their SSR context, in their whatever. Like, Frankie, like, there's a big difference between recreating something the right way and reinventing the wheel. Technically, I'm not reinventing a wheel if I'm reusing ShadCN under the hood. That's the wheel. I'm just painting it a different color, you know? There's a big difference. The reason I want to rebuild this here is because I think other people could just use it. Now, I don't know what you're saying at this point. This might be part of why I banned you, though. I don't know. I don't remember the ban on Tuesday, but it did happen at like 11 at night. There's a big difference between vendor lock-in and using a sane baseline. Yes, no one wants to be locked into Datadog. I get it. So OpenTelemetry makes a shitload of sense. It's fine, Frankie. What you're proposing, though, is vendor locking to the microcomponent framework. How do I share state between your microcomponents and other components? How do you do it? Do I need to reinvent the fucking event emitter state management system? I disagree. Already solved. How? Assign it to a global object on the window. No. Fuck that. Event emitter. No, that sucks. Right? You lose all control over, like, the concept of the render cycle. If you want to reinvent state management and use event emitters, you're going to have stale state all over the fucking place. All you're saying is the word no. How do you do state management? How would you share logic and state? Not logic, sorry, even just state. How would you share state between your microcomponents and a React component? I just listed the main ways. I'm really curious about your mechanism for that. If you're not going to do the event emitter soup, and you're not going to do global state on the window, what else is there? Local storage? That's worse than both of those. No, we don't do that, Geronimo. No, thank you. AngularJS is deprecated, by the way. Angular is a thing, but AngularJS is old school. In the constructor, objects in your sys. And how do you share that to something else that's not aware of what this is? Right? This is local. This is local to your component. How do you share that to another component? Yeah, no, that sounds like some weird spaghetti soup. Nah, no thank you. Yeah, now the property is observable. How do you observe it? By event listeners, right? So just because you're not using event emitter doesn't mean shit. It's the event emitter problem is the event listener problem. If you want to structure your application with this Rube Goldberg machine of event emitters and event listeners, go for it. But that fucking sucks. I don't think you've ever built any real big applications from that. I just don't believe you. And if you have, I'm willing to bet money there's not a single other dev that wants to look into that. They may be technically different, but semantically are they? It's the same shit, dude. It's the exact same shit. You're creating a Rube Goldberg machine of state. That's cool. I don't want to live near that power plant. Now, when you're saying the power plant runs on your code, is it just the front end to the billing pages or some shit? I don't know, man. Yeah, it's just, I don't like the fact that Frankie is constantly re-bringing this shit up. Just because someone does something doesn't make it right. How many people could jump into that project and be productive that day? How many people would be looking for actual documentation about these wheels that you reinvented? I don't know, man. It's a shit way of doing design, like application design. I don't like it. No, I'm aware of the approach. You don't need to try and sell me on some shit. I don't fucking like it. I know the approach, dude. I know the approach and it fucking sucks. You can't have teams maintain software that way. You can't bring in a new dev. You can't hire for people. Like, you just can't do it, dude. Good luck hiring for your ad hoc, bespoke, farm to table application framework. That shit fucking sucks. I've dealt with code like that. It sucks. Why do I need to know about that again? Why do you need to reintroduce it and harp on it so much? Right? You're assuming I haven't dealt with this. And technically, the fact that you use the, well, I've been programming since 1995 is one of my biggest fucking pet peeves. I'm going to tell you this right now. The worst developers I've ever worked with say that shit all the time. It is the absolute worst crutch you could lean on. Rather than making your point, you just do that appeal to authority bullshit. Right? Because I didn't brag about how long I've been a dev, you assume some of this shit's new to me. Rather than actually listening to what I'm saying. Okay, so Frankie, are you understanding why I banned you now? Maybe I was just remembering I don't enjoy talking to you. I fucking hate the appeal to authority. I don't give a fuck how long you've been programming. Good ideas are good ideas, and bad ideas are bad ideas. And there's a reason we don't do shit the same way we did in the 90s. Who gets to judge good ideas and bad ideas? Experience, but you can get that experience regardless of time. A lot of the people that use the time thing have been doing shit the same way without trying something new that whole time. I'm not saying that's necessarily Frankie, but anti-framework mentality is bullshit. Totally fucking bullshit. I was talking about how I wanted to, or basically how new morphism, right? That library, new morphism was a library I wanted to use for a thing, but it didn't work with server-side rendering because it's built just the wrong way. So you can't use it and stay sane with Next.js. This library is neo-brutalism. This is a separate thing. This is what I'm using for my application right now. This is built on top of shadcn, and it will work in Astro, Next.js, basically everything, because it's not relying upon the fancy bells and whistles like React.context. I can appreciate good ideas. Sure. But yeah, like Frankie, another thing you get judged by is you don't even follow the channel. So like it doesn't seem like you're genuinely trying to be a part of the community as well. So when you come in here doing some of this shit, that becomes a problem. Because it's not even like you're trying to be a genuine part of the community. Yeah, like a good baseline to build on top of. That's the point of a good framework. That's fundamentally it. I don't want to reinvent the baseline. I want to build cool new stuff on top of it. Rigid UI? Huh. Rigatoni. Yeah, totally. Rigatoni. What the hell was that pop? That was weird. No, it means actually being a follower, right? Like a lack of a follow, it like shows intent. Like you are specifically conscious of not following me. So then at that point, if you're in here constantly disrupting stream every time you come in, that's a problem. Yeah, trying to change the heart and minds without actually even following the channel. Right? Like, why are you trying to convince me of something without even following the channel? Like, that seems kind of shitty, actually. Seems very, like, self-serving and like you have an agenda. You're not here to, like, actually hang out and be part of the community. You want to argue about some fucking bullshit framework that you want to push. Right? Seems shilly. It seems spammy. It seems fine, Condi. I don't know. It looks a bit generic. Is it at least built on top of Shad CN or something? It is. Okay, that's cool. But in a way that indirectly promotes the thing that you've built. Right? Right? If you wanted to maintain that complete fucking objectivity, you shouldn't have shown us your library. You should have been able to make your arguments properly. Yeah, right? This isn't the right channel to push your bullshit. Yes, I've been saying that the whole time. And that's probably where the ban came from. This is a channel to be a part of a community and talk and chat. Not push your agenda. All right? The fact that you get even a little bit of pushback and, oh, this isn't the right channel, that's also a red flag, dude. Well, my spam's getting called out. I'm going to go spam somewhere else. I do kind of like this. Hold on. Bingo, right? I think Bingo, this was the one you showed? Yeah? No, Condi. Sorry, Condi. I unban them because I like giving people a chance. I am pretty ban heavy, which means I am pretty quick to do the unban if someone is cool about it. Right? Now, I fucked up because I didn't leave myself a note for why I did the ban. But this right here, if I were to do another ban, would be part of the note for myself for later. I don't think they've done anything that's ban-worthy right now. Not yet. But again, the lack of a follow said a lot. I do see the follow now, and I appreciate that. Thank you. But just remember, when you're going into a chat and you are being, for lack of a better word, antagonistic. The follow is a heuristic of, does this person mean well? Are they having a conversation? Or are they just fucking trying to push some shit? Because we get people all the time trying to get us into framework wars. 1000%. Like Geronimo's view versus react versus whatever. Come on, man. No, that's a shit conversation. No framework wars. But you know how I didn't, like, get on their case about it? I just deleted it. Yeah. I do think SSR versus SSG and some of that stuff is a valid conversation that we need to discuss and understand. Which is how you baited me into whatever argument we're having right now. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's over now, but I'm still, like, putting the finishing touches on it. If I can finish it now, if it comes up again from the same person, we've got a problem. The key is I got to make my point so that there's less, like, basically no ambiguity to the way I feel about it, so that if it happens again, okay, then less obvious troll is now obvious. Oh, and hold on, Jetzo. Wait, why did that get held? Yeah, sorry, Jetzo. Yeah, I don't know why Automod held that. So in 10 days, you'll have been watching me for 4 years and never been banned. There's a bunch of people, like the majority of people have never been banned here and been watching a long time. I just want to point that out. It's less than 10% of people that watch that I run into friction with. And at least half of them I had one issue with, and then they've been fine since. And then maybe there's like a percentage of those people who've been banned and then became really cool that are like a great part of the community. And it happens, you know? But yes, we have plenty of people who've never been banned here. Not even just lurkers. Right? Like if I look at the people who I've modded, the people who are mods here right now, I haven't banned a single one of them. Right? You've been banned 84 times? How do you even look up a number like that? Wait. Is that, hold on, wait, Code Girl. Is that like Nightshade just like having some fun? Like he bans you and then like unbans you? Is that some like Primogen chat stuff? Yeah, there it is. Yeah, it sounds about right. Sounds about right. The fact that I knew it. I just knew it. Damn right. I think I'm on Twitch too much. Like, holy shit. I think I might be on Twitch too much. Yeah, Nightshade's great. You got to hang out with him at TwitchCon last year, right? I know, like, we hung out, like, one day. It was, like, the last day. But yeah, I hung out with Nightshade a bunch last year. Oh, really? Oh, he was there. Yeah, he was totally there last year. Yeah, no, yeah, that was a good night, too. Yeah, Nightshade was there the whole time. We spent a bunch of time at the whiskey bar that has like, just like a book of whiskeys, and I found all the whiskeys that start with like Griffin or whatever, right? And even if they spell it wrong, it counts. Yeah, no, he was totally there. Yeah. Oh, I'm definitely going. I go every year. I really enjoy it. Yeah, I really enjoy TwitchCon. So I will definitely be there again. I'm not sure if Nightshade's going this year or not. Yeah, like it was him and his wife, and I believe his wife still had like the foot injury or whatever. So yeah, like she had a hard time like keeping up with people, like as people like roam from bar to bar kind of stuff. But yeah, it was a good time. It was chill. You don't even know what he looks like. Oh, you might have even seen him. Ooh, okay. And honestly, I didn't know what you looked like. Like when we were hanging out at TwitchCon, I didn't actually know who you were. No offense. Sorry. I feel bad about that. I had no idea. You were cool. It was fun. Yeah, hanging out. But yeah, I didn't realize that you were Code Girl. I was just like, oh, who's this cool person hanging out with Defiasol? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. I was just like, all right, cool, whatever. Yeah, you ended up going early, and I think me and Defiasol ended up like still going later. But yeah, I didn't realize that was you. Like, I knew by the time the New York thing happened, right? But yeah, I didn't know that was you. I don't know. But yeah, hold on. Let's check out the guided tour thing for bingo. Let's try it, right? Ooh, okay, that animates into place really nice. This is cool, actually. This is really cool. Um, the thing I would need from something like this is it needs to be like multi-page capable. So not just like within the same page. I need it to be able to like click to another route and navigate me to that route and then like animate to the place it needs to. And it's a lot harder to find that in the React ecosystem. Oh, and sorry, Condi, you shared this. Sorry, not bingo. My bad, my bad. No, I like this. I think this is very nice. Yeah, sorry about that, bingo. Just brain fart. Modal is modal now? What do you mean by that? The key is that when you click this next thing, it needs an element to target. And typically in React, wait, what do you mean by that, bingo? Sorry, what I was going to say though, real quick, is in React, you typically have refs for the elements that you want to navigate to, and I'm guessing you pass the refs to this. You could probably do it with data attributes or an ID or other things. But when this clicks, how do you navigate it to the actual next thing? Yeah, no matter what, it's a modal or a dialogue or whatever you want to call it. You wrap the target item around. Like you wrap this around the target item. So then, yeah, I feel like the page-to-page aspect, like route to route, is maybe not great. Like, I'd love to see an example of this being like multi-page capable or multi-route capable. That's something I need from like a guided tour library usually, because a proper tour is more than just single route. Yeah. So I mean, if you did Angular, there are Angular guided tour things. So let me do this. Hold on. Let me just fire up a new tab here. Right. This is one of the nice parts, and I don't like to do too much X versus Y, but this is one thing that Angular makes really easy because the router is built into the core of the framework, which means if you want to deal with routing, like there's just one thing you have to handle, and it becomes really easy. So if we go to Stream Parrot, which is my chat overlay, it's the one Primogen uses too, but he doesn't style it. Right? We go to log in, sure, right? Continue with Twitch. And let me just look at local storage real quick. I think there's just one thing I need to reset. Yeah, local storage here. Has seen delete token we can keep. And then boom. Hey, have you seen the tour? Let's start the tour. And we see this thing. And then I click next. And we go to a whole different page. Next. Right? Next. Next. Right? Navigate to overlay. Boom. And we navigate. Now, the positioning is off and some of that stuff. Right? But this is like from route to route, we have this guided tour functionality. And that is so much harder to do with React because React can't assume how you're doing the routing. Whereas this library I'm using can. And it does, and it just uses the router that's available. So there's something to the effect of like a larger framework having this ability, right? Like being router aware. You could most likely build a guided tour component that allows you to plug in whatever router you want, but it's just, I haven't seen a good one with React yet. So like this whole functionality, even though it's like a little wonky, right? That's not even close to right. That's not the right element or anything. We still do get like the multi-page aspect. And I swear it used to work better. I don't know, man. I think the browser's updated or something. It did used to work better, right? Like I wouldn't have let that be a thing I shipped to production. You know? It worked way better in the past. So yeah, that's what I mean when I'm looking for like a proper guided tour. Yeah, I can't update it, right? Dude, we lost all that code. That hard drive crashed. Or that external SSD crashed. So it's done. It's dead. It's basically a zombie living on at this point, right? Like, it feels so old, it might as well be a senator. All right, let me go pee. I'll be right back. I do need to get some more water, too. I know. I'm roasted. Alrighty, I'm back. Sorry for the delay. Was a bigger P than I was trying to do. And hold on. Yeah, there is probably enough code that I could recover Stream Parrot, but we lost out on easily like a year worth of work because I don't know what I was thinking. I thought I pushed it all up. I kind of blame Bitbucket because they had that Jira outage at one point. But no, I probably just forgot to push. Yeah, there's no new features or bug fixes or anything we can do for Stream Parrot at this point. You can still use it, though. Yeah, you can still absolutely use it. I'm using it right now. Anyone can sign up and use it. There's something like 600 plus registered users at this point. I think we still get... Hold on, we could find the numbers. Not Aki itself. Analytics.StreamParrot. There we go. Right? If we look at it. Damn, 19 people loaded up the overlay today. I at least count as 2 of them. But yeah, like, this used to be like 20 to 30. Now we're lucky if we break 10. Today's crazy, actually. But okay. So yeah, let's get back to hammering out some more code. One second, Condi. Damn. Okay, you remember making a booking system for a company back in 2021, but it was Vue 2.6. Yeah. So it's not that long ago, but yeah, like, wow, that is like, because Vue 3 was already released by that point. Pretty sure. Dude, yeah, I don't advertise it at all. And there's still actual users, which is cool. Yep. In the chat overlay? I think, hold on. So I may have some stuff set in the browser source of it. Let me double check that. Nope. Yeah, no, that's commented out. So no, it's just you go into the editor, right? All right, so background here is just this and zeroed out. So if we wanted to change it, hold on, let's do that, right? So the layout, if we wanted to make it fancy, right? Yeah, this is it. I think. Wait, did that not save? Oh, there you go. Right, so it's just this background color. I know. Yeah, it's been a little bit too. All right, and see how it updated? Just live on the fly, no big deal. It looks terrible. let's pick a better layout. I don't feel like fiddling with the colors. We'll pick Arch, by the way. Nah, Fancy always kind of sucked. Fancy was always kind of bad. Yeah, this one's good. And we've had this one as our chat theme before. It'll switch over like within 30 seconds. It's just on a polling mechanism. There it is. And I could change the background color to be like, you know, semi-transparent if we wanted. Up to 30 seconds, it'll change. Yeah, no worries, bingo. Yeah, we had a good night tonight. Yeah, we're chilling. Come on, changeover down there. Come on. There we go. Yeah, exactly, Jason. That's why the service cost me like $100 a month. Because I had to keep like just increasing the size of the hard drive just to like figure out why the logs weren't rotating. Dude, that one sucked. That was a shitty bug. I'm still feeling the cost of that bug. I could probably shrink the drive at this point. I could probably figure that out. I just don't want to mess with it because I don't have any way of recovering it because I can't redeploy it, you know? No, log rotation was set up, but it was set up wrong for some reason. And I don't remember what it was. It was just probably some bug in like some minor patch version of Ubuntu or something. I don't know what it was. Like whatever version we picked for our like base image, I think it was actually one of Amazon's base images. That had a bug with the log rotate, which no. So like the fix is log rotate. Like that was totally it, Jason. Like our fix was to make sure log rotate actually worked properly. But I wonder, like, dude, tinfoil hat time. Did Amazon ship faulty images just so that they could like get money out of some people? Like more money than they would? I wouldn't put it past them. Hey guys, so we just gotta fuck up log rotation every once in a while. It'll increase our margin by like 2%. If we mess this up, we can push them onto Amazon Kubernetes bullshit. Maybe Lightspeed, maybe. Should I put it back to the comic book or should I leave it on Hacker? Oh shit, hold on. Who did we make? So one thing that's fun that you can barely see in here is like your messages are coming in, right? But then there's some that were like some Easter eggs. So yeah, like stacking, who we haven't seen for years at this point. Hope they're all right. Right? They could really go for some West Coast pizza and bagels with extra avocado. Because they're an East Coaster. It's a joke. It's like the opposite of what they would say. Recipient boy. I can quit League of Legends anytime I want. Who was that one? Recipient boy. I feel like it was like something man. Right? Most of these are fake. And then our messages make it into. And then there's like Mr. Pancakes. I'm just not a fan of waffles. Because his name used to be Mr. Waffles. Anyway, it's kind of fun. Yeah, like, it's actually kind of fun. Yeah, this was a fun app to build. Like, this was like 2019 and 2020. Hold on. We'll wait for one more of the Easter eggs. I want to see which one it is. Yeah, all these are the fake ones. Come on, give me one more Easter egg. I wonder if one of these was actually one of them. Yeah, I thought they happened more often too. I could have sworn it was on like a 30-second timer. And hey, what's up, Nicholas? How you doing over there? Ah, yeah. Meticulous J is one of the fake ones. The goal of these comments from some of these people, like, everything looks perfect. I can do no wrong. It's the opposite of what they would normally say. We even have one in here for Jason Langsdorff. Yeah, they got absorbed. That was one of them. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. Let's get back to like actually coding. Let's think more about how we want to do this other bit. We'll go one more Easter egg. Ooh, and man, yeah, we haven't seen them in a while. I forget their name even, right? Whoever's emote this was. Yeah, when we had that disagreement with White Panther, they're one of the people that picked a side. One more. One more. Come on. And yeah, it's probably hard to read this on your guys' end. I'm kind of hoping Jason Langsdorff's comes up. I forgot this name. Yeah. So, damp posterior person. Their actual name was Moist Booty Boy. Yeah, that was fun. That was a good time. I haven't seen them in a while, actually. God, what temperature is it? It's still 31 degrees Celsius in this room. Somehow it feels like way colder than yesterday, which is interesting. But all right, so the code that we're trying to write, I'm just trying to think of the best way to structure this. What I want to do is we want to do the forbidden, like, magic target. We need to check to see if they are... Okay, so here we're checking that they are over their account. But this is just the amount of verifications that they've sent. Actually, this is the spot to do that. This is it. Yeah, no, this is the exact spot. Let's just grab the boilerplate. Yeah, so too many verification resend events. And the reason that yells at us is because we need to bring in security, and oh my god. There we go. So then we also need to check that before we get to here. All right, so we've got resending the verification. We've got the auth part, the last part where we need the forbidden magic target is inviting people. I was going to say, why is that ligature not kicking in? I know, now it's chill. Yeah. We weeded out someone who seemed like they were here disingenuously. And then we can get back to work again. And they unfollowed. Okay, so yeah, banned. Right? They followed just to appease it. They were here pushing their bullshit. When I said no more pushing your bullshit, they unfollowed. So now I'm just going to leave that as a note for myself. Oh yeah, Frank Keith unfollowed because we saw through their fucking bullshit. Oh, that's fine, Code Girl. Like, it's only a problem when you kind of suck to talk to, which you don't. But they did. And the moment we called them out on their bullshit, they quieted it up real quick and then unfollowed. Like, just so shady. I don't require a follow to hang out and chill. That's fine. I don't mind that at all. You can hang out, you can chat, you can be really fun to talk to. The moment you're not fun to talk to, I start looking at whether a lack of follow means something. Yeah, their last message was thinking. They're not thinking about anything. They're just looking for another stream to push their bullshit in. You know how I can tell? Because they wouldn't have unfollowed because of it. Yep. And as streamers, like, we just gotta be aware of that. But now, at least, I have a mod comment for later. If they come back and be like, why am I banned again? Because you suck. It's just funny to me. Like, yeah. Yeah, probably a dumbass. They're, like I said, they're the kind of person that brags about, well, I've been writing JavaScript since 1995. Who fucking cares? Like, dude, it doesn't make your ideas any better or worse. It's actually a heuristic for you're going to suck to talk to. The worst devs I've ever worked with are the ones that brag about how long they've been devs, which is why you'll rarely hear me say it. When people ask how long I've been doing it, I don't like to answer. How do we feel about it? Any other context I should add? Are ones that I know, right? No. Experienced devs know that good ideas can come from anyone, right? Like the best experienced devs know that some junior could ask just the right question. Like it doesn't matter, right? Good ideas are good ideas and bad ideas are bad ideas. All right, let's get some more music going. Well, no, Bedtime Bear. I banned them again because we called them out for not following. They gave a follow. And then we called them out for seeming disingenuous and bullshitty. I mentioned something to them. Their last message was thinking. And then I double checked real quick and they unfollowed. I'd like to thank them for making it easy. Honestly, that was the best thing they could have done. Otherwise, they'd still have a platform for their bullshit. So they made it easy for me. I actually appreciate that. Yep. I know. We'll see. We'll see. At least now I bet they're not going to have, like, any excuse, right? They're not going to wonder why they're banned. So yes, I thank them for making it easy. Wait, which Office Space reference did you make? Oh, the pennies one. Yeah. I caught the pennies one. Yeah. I caught the pennies one. I was too busy arguing with the troll, though. Oh, yeah. Exactly. 1000% Condi. That was it, right? Like, they would have been fine. I wouldn't have even cared. I've had arguments with people where we get a little heated, and then they're a good viewer from then on, right? Because they understand how this chat works. That person, no, they have an agenda. Yeah, no, I get that, Larobi. But I would say normally those are streams that are not quite as ban happy as I am. In general, I like to treat a ban as an indefinite timeout. So I'm more than happy to remove the ban. Right? I didn't want to talk to that person for more than the half hour it would have taken to be untimed out. Yeah, I caught the red stapler. I don't remember the fax machine one. Oh, yeah. Hold on. What you should have said, which is a way better reference, is PC load letter. What the fuck does that mean? Well, I'm not necessarily like it. It did do faxing, I'm pretty sure, but it was one of those like all-in-ones, right? And I'm pretty sure like Michael Bolton, when he does like the PC load letter, what the fuck does that mean part? I believe he wasn't faxing anything. He was either just scanning, copying, or like printing, you know? So yeah, it was one of those like all-in-one printer machines, right? The ones that really suck. But yeah, the beatdown is good. And Melted Fire, you play your music at a reasonable level? Okay. Sure. Do greater than 3. You'd never heard of Elixir before? That's fine. There's a good documentary by the Honeypot crew. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Yeah, guy from the office with the red stapler. He said he plays his music at a reasonable level. Oh, I don't remember the music at the reasonable level part. Is that the part where they're telling him to go down to the basement? That makes sense. Got it. Oh, not that. TPS reports. Yeah, exactly. Did you get the memo about the new cover sheet we're putting on the TPS reports? Why are most operating systems written in C and not C++? I don't know, Condi. There are some people that are very much against all the extra bells and whistles that C++ ships. And technically, C, I think, maybe compiles faster. That might be another option. So when you're considering something like the Linux kernel, the difference in compilation time of the Linux kernel from C to C++, depending on how many features and other things that you use from C++, could massively change things. I don't know for sure. I don't do OS dev. So, no, this is just my guess. I think in general, most operating systems were built before C++ had grown into what it is now. Right? So Linux kernel predates good C++. Windows predates it. Mac OS is built with Objective-C and always has been, and that predates C++ being good as well. What you got to remember is the history of C++. The history of C++ is actually that there were all these like proprietary compilers that you had to pay a shitload of money for, like Borland. We didn't have GCC. We didn't have LLVM. Right? There was a lot of proprietary bullshit around C++ back in the 90s. All right, so Turbo C. Yeah, here you go. Borland C++. They list like pricing for any of this stuff. Yeah, so Turbo C++, $100, right? Back then, consider that $200 or $300, and this is per like instance of the compiler for every developer that you would have, right? 200 for Turbo C++ Visual Edition. Right? Like these prices for software back then is pretty heavy. Right? And then you start getting into Borland C++ where its original list price 500. Right? Like there's no way Linus Torvalds is going to pick this. No way in hell. $500 for OS2. Oh my God. C++ 4.5 and database tools, $7.99. Right? Like, yeah, Borland shot themselves in the foot by thinking that selling a compiler was good business. Could you imagine if Python, right? If Guido was charging people for Python? That'd be insane, right? It never would have been used. Yeah, Microsoft was just copying a page out of the Borland book. All right, so I think we've got these in there. I do think I want to test a few of these. I just want to make sure that value is what we think. So, what we can also do, actually, there's a better place to test this. We can, because we have to relog in. Hold on. Y'all know the tweet I just sent? All right. This is genius. This is genius. So I sent the tweet. The worst devs I have ever worked with are the ones that can't help but mention how long they've been doing it. Shreyas replied, I've never seen a dev that didn't do that in my 15 years of experience. That's a solid reply. Yeah, exactly. That's a very solid reply. Nailed it. Yeah, genius. Fucking brilliant. And we know he's kidding, so it's fine. That is like the best joke he could have made there. Yeah, very funny, dude. Wait, what's the long message there, Condi? Oh, hold on. Recently wanted to install Windows 11. Wi-Fi driver not found. Had to download on another laptop. Interesting. Yeah, that's a bummer. That's good. Oh. Yeah, we should probably run some migrations, eh? Ah, yeah, and we can't drop it. I'm not sure, Condi. I don't know. Alrighty. So we see. Wait, did I forget to save it? No. Oh, you know what? Hold on. It's before the magic link. It's up here. No operation spec for stripe webhook. That part's fine. Forbidden magic target, nil. And yes, magic links comes back as an array. All right, so I just wanted to verify all that. Perfect. Sorry, I just started watching the dude jumping around. Okay, let's actually look at the code. So yeah, get magic links. Yep. We definitely need to prevent the brute forcing, so we'll keep that to do. We modified some of those. Yep. Fix that. All right, so then this is fix, handle several to-dos, and um, cool. All right, so if we look at the to-dos that we do have, yeah, changing this to runtime. I do need to double check if that's what we want. Reduce the nesting level, we could figure out. Prevent brute forcing, we don't have a ticket for yet. Make the refresh token last longer. We're not even doing refresh token stuff. Yeah, we'll just leave that to do. These ones are part of a ticket, which is good. Okay, yeah, and I think I want to leave this because I want to dig into it further. I don't think we need this if I get the current scoped right based on our like router middleware. So then these, yeah, this is where like I think we can come back to this stuff tomorrow. Because yeah, it's 8 p.m. I should get some food in my belly. I should probably get some work done or play some games over on the gaming stream. I gotta cook first, right? Gotta eat. But yeah, so if we look at our plan, right, like our tickets that we want to handle, the payment failed thing we kind of are already tracking. Maybe some module naming consistency. We probably want to handle the payment failed stuff before we launch, which means we probably want to handle this cron job before we launch. And then after that, yeah, it's like pivot to send grid. Expired subscriptions. Yeah, so expired subscriptions. Yeah, let me click into it. Webhook event could fail. We need to make sure we are polling Stripe to check. That's right. So we do need this event. Okay. DB backup strategy. Yeah, this actually goes into here, but we kind of need to get like deployed first. Need to introduce Sentry eventually. All right, so yeah, I do think we're on the right track here. Let's double check what's in progress. Evaluate existing to-dos. So we'll wrap up the to-dos check tomorrow. There's only a couple things that we're going to remove. There's maybe like 3 or 4 to-dos. The rest will stay. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Maybe we at least create a ticket for every to-do that matters. Yeah, every to-do needs to have a ticket. Or it shouldn't be in the code base, or we should fix what it's doing. And yeah, this is just all for the web app. We got way more to do for the marketing site. So yeah, we got work cut out for us. The things in to do are what we consider necessary for the MVP. Expiring payment source, we're not handling as a webhook event. So yeah, if we get these 2 done, over limits could maybe wait. But then all the other stuff we need to do. All right, cool. So, who's streaming right now? You get to the right part of Twitch. Here we go. I mean, the distribution does way more than just that. All right, so we see Z.A. Shaw. Nutterfi doing some Swift UI stuff. We see Paul, Chris, Luke doing building an open source LLM. Let's go look at the category. See if there's someone I just haven't rated before. We see someone doing some hack the box. Yeah, and I was actually planning on rating them, so this is perfect timing. Yeah. So someone doing some beginner hack the box stuff. This is awesome. Yeah, let's go raid them. This is Slyborg. So yeah, they're doing the OWASP top 10. If you're building web applications, you should know about the OWASP top 10. It does change from year to year, so keep up on it. Everyone, we had a great day today. I didn't go off the rails like I did on Tuesday. The constraint to that was I ran out of whiskey. Tomorrow I'll have more. Still want to properly pace myself, but we'll see. So yeah, we're gonna go raid Slyborg. I will be back here tomorrow. Same Chris time, same Chris channel. I will be on gaming tonight here in just like 5 to 10 minutes max. And yeah, we are getting close to being able to launch this thing, which I'm really proud of. I'm really stoked on. So we're going to go right on into a new stream. Thank you all for watching on YouTube. Have a great rest of your night on YouTube. I'm going to